Hi, hello. Good morning, afternoon, and evening. It's Diana. Hello. Hello. Who do we got in here? We got Art. Hello. We got Drakon. Hello. We got Zexu. Hello. We got Kuro. Hello. We got Iduna. Hello. We got Seifon. Hello. Otsu for the end of Guild Wars, indeed! Otsu. Whoops! Spilled a little bit of coffee. Hang on. I'm a little too tiny. There we go. Bear with me. Haha. I am still doing my skincare, so you guys get to listen. You guys get to yap with me while I do that. As expected, after sleeping like 13 hours on Friday, my sleep schedule is all over the place. So I woke up way too early today, and then I went back to sleep, and then I woke up at like 9:30 a.m. So I'm still like half waking up. Hello, Zon! You woke up late? RIP. Also, I did not forget. I did promise you guys I'd do a stream about skincare and makeup and stuff. It's in the works. There's just a lot to cover just in general. Like, it's easier to do like a Q&A that answers specific questions. If I'm teaching you guys completely from scratch, there's a lot more to cover. I have not forgotten. Yep. Stream was the first thing of the day for you, aw. Well, thank you for coming by first thing in the morning. I think you're like an hour or two behind me, so yeah, it's still morning for you. It is technically afternoon here, but noon is like... Depending when you wake up, you can classify noon as morning or afternoon to me. Can't wait for the instructions. I want my face to be immaculate like a porcelain doll. I can do that. Though, of course, the trick is it takes time for your skin, too. What's the word I'm looking for? Adjust, I guess? Or get the results you want? You can get some instant results. But if you have more deep-seated issues to correct, then it takes a little bit. Headpad, thank you. It's past 5 already. Oh my goodness, that's right. We got the whole gambit of time zones today. I'm suddenly feeling extra conscious of your skin. Oh no! It all depends on people. Like what you want, and what you're comfortable with, and what you have the time to do. Like, not to call out Iduna's husband Ace, but she was trying desperately to get him to do stuff to fix his skin, and he wanted to fix his skin, but Iduna and I were giving him suggestions, and he's like, no, I don't want to do that. That's too much. It's like, well, I knew where this was going. And that's the thing. Or I'm like, well, enjoy then. That's pretty much it, yeah. I mean, once you fix the issues, then you can slack off a little bit because then it's just preventative. But yeah. And it all depends. It was funny when we were all talking about that because it's like, all right, we've got Ace, who does next to nothing. We've got Iduna, who's like, you know, basic cleanser, moisturizer, sunscreen, done. And then there's me with like the 12-step skincare routine. You telling me we can't just wash our face with water? No! I mean, at least don't use really harsh soap on your face. Remember when I went to bed with makeup? Ah! God. Iduna told me that and I was like, at least take off your eye makeup so you don't get stuff in your eyes. God. I remember one time being at a party. Ironically, it was with Ace and a few other people. We were at a party in Toronto for a friend. I think Iduna was working, so she couldn't come along. But there was another person in the room with us, and everyone was like, oh my god, just let the girl sleep, she's drunk. I'm like, no, she still got her shoes on. She still got her makeup on. I basically took the makeup off for her. And she's like, I don't have the energy. I'm like, oh, I have the cleansing wipes. Do you want to just use those? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. Do you, this way you don't need to, like, even get off the bed. Just sit up. Oh, I've fallen asleep with contact lenses in. Yeah, that would be a yikes. But the good news with skincare, one of the basic things you can do, now we've turned this into like an impromptu thing. Lots of hydration is indeed good for your skin, as much as I know we're all want to not drink enough. It helps. My dark circles and my eye bags started getting a lot better once I started hydrating. And by hydrating, I don't mean, oh, drink a lot of water for a week and it will be gone. No, you gotta drink consistently a lot of hydration for a prolonged period of time before the water, like, truly flushes everything out. Working in healthcare? Oh, yeah, you would see some stuff then. Whew. How are you, lads? I'm good. Oops. Hang on one sec. I was moving stuff around and I accidentally knocked something off the desk. There we go. There's that and that. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. How many steps do I do actually? It's been a while since I've counted. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 just for cleansing, and then we can add some extra stuff because I also use like the rollers like the face rollers and like a conditioner for my eyelashes and my eyebrows and all that stuff. I go ham. You don't have to do that, but I enjoy like the ritual of it. Like since I've had depression and anxiety my whole life, it makes me feel like I'm taking really good care of myself to do that much stuff. But yeah, no, you gotta... contact lenses especially, yikes. I'm really bad with stuff around my eyes. So I don't need to wear glasses all the time, but it's like, I don't like wearing my glasses when I do need to wear them. But on the other hand, it's like, I don't want to use contact lenses because they scary. So it's like, all right, well, pick your poison. Art, hello. All right, skincare done. Now I gotta put everything back. I bought one of those rolling caddy things to put all of like my skincare and my hair care products on. So I have it right beside my desk. Done! Hurrah! Iduna recommended you here. Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. Oh my god, though. Related yet not, because Sorry, I'm brushing my hair now. Iduna and I were talking because we found out Twitch lowered the requirements to get affiliate. And we're like, damn. Like, wow, you guys cut that in half from when I got affiliate, which is like, it's nice that more people get the opportunity to make a little bit back and get emotes and stuff. Was stunned to get the email. Yeah, I didn't want to deliver the news on Iduna's behalf, but Iduna got affiliate, so yippee for her. Dooney affiliated, yeah. Like I said, I was being a roundabout because I didn't want to steal someone's thunder. But because we were already on the subject of stuff, I was like, oh yeah, we'll talk about it roundabout. Yes, you're in my stream, I know. But I love shouting out people. Surprised you didn't get it earlier? You have to stream for at least 4 days in a month. So she could not get it earlier than she already has. You have to stream like 4 days in a 30-day period, so... Yeah, it's within like a 30-day period kind of thing. You'll be working on that for a couple weeks, yippee! Yeah, I know you can. Yeah, I mean, I worked hard. But these were different, like 4 or 5 years ago. So it's whatever. This is like, you know, if they suddenly forgive student loans, I'm not gonna be like, oh my god! How dare you? I've been cheated. I'm like, nah, that's great. Good for you. So, not this time. Womp, womp, womp. Oh, the tax stuff! I forgot about the tax stuff. I mean, once you do it, it's forever. You don't gotta do it again. But that was interesting. The whole, like, oh yeah, we need to... Oh no! Maybe they changed it since I did it, but yeah, it was pretty straightforward. The weirdest part was they're like, oh yeah, we need to verify you're a real person. So, get your phone and your camera, like your phone camera, scan this, open this, and now we need you to turn your head here, do this, do that, do the Macarena. They're like, we need a photo of you. I'm like, okay, takes a selfie. They're like, nah, we need, live. It's like, oh. Okay. It's like, ignore me. My makeup is terrible. No, I wasn't even wearing makeup. You know when the front camera opens and you're like, dear God, I cannot be perceived like this. Someone get me out of here. The age-old joke about, you know, seeing your reflection in the black screen of your gaming console in between scenes, and you're like, oh God, never again. Angles. Angles! Angles and lighting gets you every time. Literally, I've done my makeup in one room and then gone to another room, and I'm like, dear God, what happened? It makes you super blurry? Oh God. That's no fun. Alright, here we go. Yippee! Alright. Back to more mystery solving. We got more crimes. And now we're getting hit by the jazz immediately. The tonal shift between the title screen and this? Maybe it's more fun than being jump scared by yourself. Fair. Alright. For anyone who missed last time, basically, it's day 2 of the game. Everyone has survived the first night, quote unquote. Well, mostly. Some people haven't. But now they're trying to find, what's his name? Nejima? Before he can use his curse to commit a whole bunch of murders, so that's where these guys were about to do. Like, they're like, alright, we got it till sundown to find this guy. Yeah. Looks like there's another path we can take from here. I assume it's just a bad ending. And these girls, it was like, oh yeah, we are gonna do an investigation. But no matter what location you picked, you couldn't actually advance. So we're gonna have to do other stuff before we can get there. So let's go check in on these guys. It's been a while. Throughout the night, Richter continues to gather information about the cursed stones, while Harué lies awake until dawn, preoccupied by the prospect of bringing her lost child back to life. This guy looks like he should be voiced by Takehito Koyasu. Like the guy who voices Dio from JoJo. Harué Shikima, 10 a.m. Good morning, ma'am. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I hope we can make good progress today. How's your curse stone looking? I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise. Interesting. It's possible that its powers can only be unleashed at night then. That aside, why are you so late this morning? There are unfortunately some things that can't be investigated while the world slumbers. But I did get some research done in what limited time I had. Very well, let's talk. The town is beginning to wake up once more. The clamor of society can be heard from beyond the garden gates. Like any day, a cloud of pollution drifts out from the industrial area. Oh, how romantic. This is the old mansion where I was born and raised. You may be surrounded by curses and death, but it matters little. My only concern is whether I can see my child again. By the way, there's something I want to ask you about. And what's that? Our current plan is to steal a curse stone that's already absorbed soul dregs, but I'm wondering if it would suffice to not steal, but instead negotiate with the curse bearer and have them use the right for our purposes? Oh? I mean, I suppose that would accomplish the same, but do you think it's possible? So long as we offer compensation, it may prove much easier than you'd expect. Compensation. Cash, for instance. That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as the Shikimas, would it? Of course, why, any amount would be fine if it'd get the job done. I won't let monetary matters lead me to regrets the way it did back with the ransom. Okay, with that option on the table, let's figure out our strategy. About the curse bearers. Do you have a curse bearer with whom we can negotiate in mind? Not yet. Surprisingly, it seems the other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul dregs. Did you see the news this morning? No, I haven't. Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in this area. They've yet to announce the identities of the bodies found, but they've been nicknamed the Honjo serial killings. It's garnered quite some attention on the streets. I mean, yeah, 3 dead bodies in one night, especially in the 80s. Oh my, only 3? That's what I thought. Even if the victims were curse bearers, just 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough soul dregs. And for what those curse stones are capable of, a mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this little activity all through the night, the curse bearers must be a cautious bunch. What's holding them back? Are we not all after the power of resurrection? There may still be some undiscovered victims, but it doesn't seem like anyone has gathered enough soul dregs yet. We might have to set up some bait to spur them into action. And then we offer them the deal. None of the curse bearers seem very proactive. I wonder if the situation could be what the mastermind who kicked it all off intended. Now that's an interesting theory. You think there's someone behind this all. You mentioned hearing an agonized voice telling you to kill when you first obtained the curse stone. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in this area on purpose, and they are likely after the rite of resurrection as well. So you're thinking this person is not one of the curse bearers? You've got a sharp mind, ma'am. Though it might seem obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect soul dregs if they were after the rite. This would be very risky since as a curse bearer they themselves would become a target. So it'd actually be more convenient for them if the curse bearers moved less aggressively. That's right, but despite that, they've been inciting the curse bearers to commit murders. Why? Let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect soul dregs themselves? You mean their intention was also to steal the souls while the other curse bearers compete with each other from the start? Sitting back and observe it from the sidelines is the safer course of action, which is why I figured it best for us to attempt the same strategy. So, how should we do it? There's still reason to suspect the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. There's no telling what kind of power they might possess. Whether our aim is to negotiate or steal, we'll have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with the other curse bearers. How do you suppose we do so? At this point, all we can do is search. Alright! Get your legs out there! Time to do some footwork! If there's a mastermind inciting the curse bearers to collect soul dregs, can we be sure there even is a rite of resurrection? Good question. The rite could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur the curse bearers into action. Y'all only considering this now? Seeing it might be for naught, do you want to give up, ma'am? Never. Understood. After all, we'll never know the truth unless we see it for ourselves. Sounds like a good way to die. But we'll do it without using the curses ourselves. Alright, about the curse bearers again. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigating into all of them, but I only managed to get detailed information on 2. You're quick. I suppose that's to be expected from an investigator extraordinaire. I appreciate the flattery. Yeah, that sure is a JoJo pose. Okay. First, there's Ayame Tono, the girl we talked to before, though she isn't a curse bearer herself. She's a student attending T University of Art. She currently lives alone in an apartment near Midori-cho Park. You even determined her address. You're not one to be underestimated, Mr. Investigator Extraordinaire. I called every single university with ukiyo-e in the curriculum pretending to be her parent. Damn! So loose with personal information. I went around to check on her place on the way here. It doesn't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble. Didn't you attempt to follow her last night? I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. I couldn't keep track of her. And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire. I'd like to learn more about her, but it would take some time. She is planning to steal the curse stones just like us. It's best we act carefully around her. Alright, and who's the second person? Next is a tall man who is dressed in black. I met him near Kinshicho. He stood out with the way he dressed. I managed to get some good information from him. Impressive. What can I say? Ah, yes, this guy. He works as the secretary to Hihaku Soap's chairwoman. I believe his name is Takumi Yumioka. The Hihaku Soap's headquarters and factories are both located in Honjo, correct? Yes, they've been here for a while, but it's only in the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth. I remember seeing the chairwoman on the news a few years back. She seems to be very shrewd. Excuse me. With the increase in sales, I assume she'd want her factories running at full capacity. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial light... Blah, 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 blah. Let's try that again. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of the factories with older equipment had to be shut down. That's right. Even 10 years ago, there were many complaints about chemical plants dumping waste into the river. Most companies back then were more concerned with making a profit than protecting the environment. I wonder what a man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company's headquarters, but they hadn't started for the day. I should have better luck later. Let's hope he will. Perhaps they're interested in seeing if the right would be beneficial for their product research into beauty and skincare. Huh, now there's an interesting thought. Yeah, use the mummies, dead bodies. That was a treatment way back when. I can't remember exactly what it was for, but people were actually grinding up mummies because there was some belief that it was beneficial. I can't remember the specifics though. I ran into one more suspicious young man last night. This one seemed to be out collecting soul drinks, right? Indeed, I couldn't get a good look at him though, and I couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him. Well, that's a shame, but I can make an educated guess. Oh? You know that researcher who discovered the ancient text on the Rite of Resurrection? The one that lives near here? His name is Hideki Adaishi, and the man I met was very similar in stature. Oh my, even he is involved? How awfully suspect. Considering his background, couldn't he be the one who initiated the whole affair? I think it's possible, yes. Which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first. Understandable. One sec. There we go. My phone was charging, so I just unplugged it. Of course, I want to learn more, but this isn't the right time to focus on him. Still more? I prefer to ascertain who else is a curse bearer. First, I'll return to Hihaku Soaps to see that man in black. Their headquarters are down on South Warigesui Street. Alright, that's done. About the kidnapping. Dennis, hello! And thank you for the hydrate. It concerns the serial killings. There was a body found at Komogata High School. The person who was identified as a school teacher. His name was Kohei Jonouchi. You've played Honkai Impact 3rd. Nice! I need to get back to 3rd Impact. I played a good chunk of it and then I kind of fell off. Almost level 25? Nice! you think he was a curse bearer? Not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means the two people who knew the truth about the kidnappings are both dead. Just when we were getting somewhere. Different than other gachas, so is Zenless? Yeah, Zenless has a very different feel going on. It isn't enough to make me give up, of course. Of course. Still. We don't know anything about Michio Shiraishi's residence. It'd be wise to pay it a visit. Understood? About the serial killings. In addition to the 3 victims associated with the Honjo serial killings, there's Michio Shiraishi, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died at the former Yasuda Gardens. If strange deaths continue occurring like so, they're bound to inspire strange rumors. But those last 2 have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries, no? It's true, both occurred a week before this accursed situation began. Still, it cannot be ruled out. It's possible that the mastermind was involved, even with those killings. How? What if there were preliminary steps to awaken the 7 mysteries curses? Can we really assume they're unrelated just because the timing doesn't match up? Or rather, the police officer's death is so baffling that it'd be easier if it were connected to those curses. The victim wasn't the type to be caught off guard easily. You seem to know a lot about this. I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feelings might be wrapped up in this one too. Oh, right. Didn't they go to, like, the police academy together? If I remember right? I see. If you were to investigate this matter more, you might get a lead on the mastermind. Yeah, you're right. If we wish to focus on the mastermind's identity, this would be a fine starting point. We might even discover more deaths related to the curses on the way. We should pay attention to today's news. Well, that's all I have to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? What do you want to do? If you still can't use the curse stone, taking a walk should be a fine place to start. Right, let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself. In that case, I'll trust you to decide on where we should go, ma'am. Richard the Sniffer. Sniff, 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 sniff. Alright, so that's where Yame lives, Hihaku Soaps, and then that's the high school. Okay. We got a few options. I am gonna quickly be right back though. I gotta run to the washroom. So give me a couple minutes, hold tight. waiting. I was trying to wait until ad break, and I was like, nah. It's bad for you if you hold it in. So let's not do that. Alright, let's go with the park. Doricho Koen. Doricho Park. We're here. This is Midoricho Park. Ayame Tono lives around here. She wasn't in her apartment when I dropped by this morning. I wonder if it's worth checking again. This place is connected with the story of the Taiko of Tsugaru. Not only that, Katsuhika Hokusai's home was also in this area. Oh, so she wanted to live where Hokusai is. Girl might be obsessed. She might be scarier than the fangirls out there. That might be why Ayame chose to live here. Scary. A small park bordering South Warigesui Street, sporting a mixture of cherry and evergreen trees. Although unremarkable in most respects, its small playground always attracts a number of children come evening. While no trace remains in the modern day, it stands on what was once the site of the Tsugaru estate. The legendary artist Katsushika Hokusai is also believed to have been born in the vicinity. Oh, so not only did he live around here, he was born here. Nothing else? Okay. Seems picking up Ayame's trail is out of the question for now. Why did we even come here? Wow. Way to tell me, I messed up. We won't get much done standing around here. Why'd I go and check out Ayame's apartment? You don't mean to speak with her, do you? No, I'd prefer to get an idea of what she's been up to. I'd like to see whether she's been home or not, just to potentially get a trace of her movements. Then, be my guest. Be my guest. Be my guest. Okay, I shouldn't be long. I'm back, ma'am. So, nothing? I'm afraid so. She still hasn't returned. However, I noticed a few people who seemed to be related to the police force keeping watch in the area. I don't know if they got eyes in her apartment, but they do appear to be watching the building it's in. Interesting. Got a sharp eye to have noticed them despite them being so covert. However, it meant I had to refrain from knocking on her door or looking through her windows. Ah, yeah, you would get approached by the police. I wasn't able to check her electric meter or mailbox either. Oh, I mean, yeah, checking the meter is one way to tell if someone's been home. You were planning to go that far? Well, I mean, when you're an investigator, that's how it goes. Alright. What a waste of time. We should move on quickly. Okay. check out Wari Gesui. The Hihaku Soap's headquarters are on the other side of South Wari Gesui Street. They were closed when I visited this morning, but it appears things are up and ready now. To think a small soap-making company could grow so much in such a short time. They have factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why director and now chairwoman Natsue Yamamori is called the Queen. How's that? How does the Emperor feel about that? Oh! The kanji is interesting. It's flying in white. I wonder... I was expecting, like, the kanji for sun or something, or day. Hihaku. Okay. So it's white, or sorry, flying white stone. Not sure what that one is, but I imagine these two together make up soap. So Hihaku soap. Kabushiki Kaisha, I think? And that's just, you know, like corporation. Alright, a chemical producer that ranks 4th largest... blah 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 blah. Largest in the domestic detergent market and 7th largest in the cosmetics market. From its humble beginnings as a small soap factory established after the war in 1946, founder Natsue Yamamori utilized her feminine perspective and a well-timed economic boom to boldly lead the company into new markets. Even as the market grew crowded with the industrialization of Sumida City, the company continued to expand, digging its roots deeper into the area. In particular, it established itself as a household name by focusing its branding towards the rapidly expanding convenience store market. Ah, yes! We gotta shout out to Lawson and Family Mart and 7-Eleven. Its flagship products now include cosmetics, detergent, soap, shampoo, and more. The company's name, Hihaku, can also refer to kasuri, a type of patterned fabric. Oh, okay. So that's probably where the Hihaku kanji is from. Interesting. Kasuri. Okay, it's a type of fabric. It's not just a pattern. Because I looked it up and it's a whole bunch of different stuff. Interesting. Person of interest. Natsue is the former president of Hihaku Soaps, a large chemicals company. Though she retired from her position 2 years ago, she still wields great influence over the company from her position of chairwoman. Recently, there have been rumors about her possessing strange and powerful magical abilities, earning her the nickname the Witch of Hihaku. Oh, okay. Prior to the war, Natsue enjoyed working her dream job at a textile factory. Is that someone's dream job? I guess. Working at a factory? She was forced to face the bitter reality of the world, however, when the factory was destroyed by a fire during the war, and she was ordered to rework the fabric she had painstakingly crafted into something more suitable for blue-collar work. Witnessing the rise in popularity of Western-style clothing in the post-war period, Natsue left the textile industry. However, a nod to her past can be seen in her company's name, with Hihaku being another name for kasuri, a type of fabric featuring patterns and images woven with dyed fibers. Having long been dissatisfied with the soap supplied at the textile factory, Natsue saw a business opportunity and set up her own small soap factory. Taking inspiration from imported soap brands, she developed new products which quickly gained a good reputation. Ever the shrewd businesswoman, Natsue ran an aggressive promotional campaign on TV, featuring a popular Japanese singer, rapidly turning Hihaku Soaps into a household name. Good on her. Also, ad break has kicked in, but since I just took a break to go to the bathroom, I won't take another break. But I am gonna have some stuff to drink for a second. When you're playing these types of games, always important to take a break, to rest your throat. It's a lot of reading. That Takumi works as her secretary. That's correct. Do you think it's possible he's acting on her orders? That's exactly my thinking. A curse bearer with both money and power could certainly look at resurrection as their next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature may prove difficult. Back in the Edo period, the canal known as South Wadagasui ran through this area, but it's been turned into a major road. It's a bit away from Kinchicho Station or Ryogoku Station, though it's still considered a nice area. The stories of the ever-burning lantern and the foot-washing mansion both took place around here. One of the bodies discovered this morning was found by this road as well. This is quite a lovely area, isn't it? Something like that. I suppose you could call it somewhat of a city center. Partitioning ditch? Oh! Wadi is... They're using the kanji for, like, split or divide. Sui is another way to read the kanji for water, so that makes sense. A Warigesui refers to a waterway dug through down the middle of a road so as to divide it. Oh. At the dawn of the Edo period, the Honjo district was little more than a collection of suburban rice farms. As the area became more developed, the South Warigesui was excavated in order to drain rainwater into the Jiken River to the east. Though it served the people long and faithfully, it was converted into an underground culvert at the beginning of the Showa era. In the present, no trace of it remains on the surface, but the street that bears its name. Naruhodo. One sec, I need to blow my nose. Ah, there we go. It's that time of year, the allergies be plentiful. Business is up and running. I can see people inside the reception area. So an influential person at Hihaku Soaps is potentially a curse bearer. Richter proposed we use money to negotiate for the curse stones, but we could hardly outbid a large corporation if it came down to it. First, I need to confirm whether Takumi is the man I ran into last night. Then I'll be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. It'd be better if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around, visit a cafe for some tea, perhaps? Okay, bye, see ya. I'm going to go in. It may be a while, so feel free to find somewhere to kill time. Okay, good luck in there. Sorry to keep you waiting. How did it go? I'll fast forward to the conclusion. I met with Takumi. There's no doubt. He's the same man I saw last night. But it doesn't seem like he's a curse bearer. But that doesn't mean he has no connection to the recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed we have a curse stone of our own. Excuse me? I tried to approach Takumi about a falling item after I ran into him last night, however. You said your name was Richter, correct? I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. I'm hoping you would hand over the curse stone in your possession. Curse stone? What are you on about? There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there's no time for it. I had all the same reason you did to think you were a curse bearer last night. And your arrival here only confirms it. You are a curse bearer. No, technically he is not. You're right. We lack time. I'll confess, I am a curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the hunting clappers. What a liar. Glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. It is a dangerous item you hold. Give it to me. My company will take the responsibility to dispose of it. I didn't know the soap business specialized in scrubbing curses clean. It is the prerogative of Miss Yamamori. Is that so? Assuming you've obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Akin to those of a god? Now there's a stretch. She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed it from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. She cannot stomach the fact that it's now the site of these curses run rampant. So you're telling me the Queen of Hihaku is a real-life witch? She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. There are sorcerers by the name of Suigen Ganmyodo who's gallantly working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like. Go on. That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. Do you understand the urgency of this matter? There are curses we're speaking of. These are curses we're speaking of, tools which are used by wicked beings to possess people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable action. If you truly understand what I'm talking about, you must hand over that curse stone at once. Ah, very interesting. With that said, just how many curse stones have you acquired so far? If what you tell me is true, surely the company would have launched a large-scale search by now. We have 6. 6?! Whoa, I can rest at ease then. And here I thought I was at risk of being cursed. It seems we are on the same page. If that is the case, you should hand over your curse stone immediately. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not actually in my possession at the moment. Considering its importance, I've been keeping it in hiding. Really now? Then I'll accompany you while you retrieve it. I'm sorry, but I've got something important to attend to. But I promise I'll return with it later. Very well. Then you won't refuse to provide your address and telephone number, I presume? How prudent of you. I'll oblige. And that's how it went. Well. So they aren't after the right? I wouldn't be so quick to trust him. Oh? I believe we're dealing with a master in deception. He may well have made up a story to convince us to part ways with our stone. I think he was lying about having produced 6 curse stones as well. Like, really? 6? That's excessive. Considering there's only 9? So there's like quote-unquote 7 mysteries, but actually 9 curses? If he really had all 6, apart from like maybe 1 to 3, it's like, why are you even worried then? You could just take it by force. Well, now I feel gullible. The company is plotting something. I wonder what they need to do with the curse stones. He seemed rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite us not having collected any soul dregs. Perhaps the people at Hihaku are the masterminds behind the curses being unleashed. Because the chairwoman's a witch? I wonder about that too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? I mean, maybe it's a cult. Maybe he's trying to recruit us. Takumi was either making it up as he went, or he's trying to spread a rumor. For what purpose would he do that? Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever if word spreads that Hihaku's chairman has godlike powers. She could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique. Bananas. That's unsettling. By By the way, there's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby. And what's that? People were discussing whether one of the bodies found this morning was that of a Hihaku employee. Really? So long as the officials haven't revealed the identity, it all amounts to no more than speculation, though. Despite that, I've reason to believe Hihaku Soaps is deeply involved with the Seven Mysteries. At the very least, I can assure you I've gathered that much. The more we know, the better our negotiations will go. I say we should avoid it'd be a pain if I have to deal with Takumi again, fair. So, we've done all the talking. Tells me he barely slept last night, and yet he seems to be brimming with energy. Was I, too, that resilient at his age? Perhaps it's what sets apart a detective from the rest? I know she's like 30-something, I think. Right. How interesting that the Queen of Hihaku, or the witch, whatever she is trying to get her hands on the right. It's like some sort of dark fairy tale, regardless of what is or isn't true. We must stay one step ahead. Alright. The park's still there, so is there more? We're here. This is Midori-cho Park. Nothing different, nothing different, nothing different. Not yet anyway, okay? Oh, it's just... when you're not there, when you're at a certain location, it doesn't show up. I see. Here we are at Ground Zero. You're at the movies? Enjoy the movies! Here we are at Ground Zero, Komogata High School. I guess it's logical that the police got this place shut down. The teacher's body was found here after all. It's as if the students have nowhere to go now that the school's closed. I mean, literally. Like, for better or worse, they're expected to be in class, so it's either they go home, and I mean, at this day and age, a lot of women are stay-at-home moms, so, I mean, mom should be home, or, you know, because from what I've seen in anime, if you go anywhere during the day in your school uniform, when school's supposed to be in session, the cops will be on your ass. Because apparently they have nothing better to do than to enforce, school attendance. So unless they walk over to the library or something, maybe the public library would let them be chill, but who knows? The news has attracted a bunch of curious onlookers, huh? And it works in our favor. The more people around, the better we can blend in. School gates. It seems the officers are still inspecting the scene. Entry has been strictly prohibited. People have died, a teacher named Kohei Jonochi and a student Michio Shiraishi. Is there anything else to be gained here? This place is said to be connected with the story of the Fool's Procession. I wouldn't be surprised if a curse bearer decided to turn up. However, I need to find out if that teacher was a curse bearer or not. I expect the police to be baffled since they don't know about the curses. I can ask around and see what the students have to say. Sure. Alright, I'll go ask the students about Michio. I'm back, ma'am. So, what did you learn? That school kids sure love a good rumor. I was practically drowning in stories about Mr. Jinochi and Michio, most of which seemed dubious at best. What happened to the high school janitor? Nothing yet. So he hasn't come back up in the story since the last time he showed up. So nothing's happened with him just yet. And why is Richter just Michael Jackson? Literally. He also looks like, Muzan from Demon Slayer. Not surprising. Most of what I've heard was hardly worth a second thought. Muzan Jackson. But there's one story that caught my attention. Needs to be more pale and have red eyes? I mean, this is somewhat grounded in reality. I don't think anyone's gonna have red eyes. Some believe that Michio is the one who killed Mr. Jinochi. Really? But she'd been dead. She already did. The story's got 2 pieces of evidence to back it up. One of them wasn't news to me. Apparently he's been mumbling that Michio was going to kill him for some days now. Well, you know, maybe don't blackmail and then assault your students. Like that's a good way to avoid incurring their wrath. What did you say? Just a bunch of dum-dums. A lot of them. A fellow teacher overheard his mumbling and told the students, "Why is the teacher gossiping?" I mean, unsurprising, but then it spread like wildfire, I suppose. Rumors that you see don't stay a secret for long. As for the other pieces of evidence, a pigtailed girl in her school uniform was seen around school late last night. Go on? Although numerous people claim to have seen the girl, not one of them saw her face. Of course. Because that would be convenient. Some were proposing it was Michio brought back to life, or that it was her vengeful spirit. But it's not like Michio's the only high school girl to wear pigtails. The rumors might have just been made up to fan the flames. Always possible. But if it were true, I'd want to get a hold of her in order to hear her side of the kidnapping. If she's alive, that'd be ideal. That is a big if. Like, we going off rumors here. Still, there's one more thing I should mention. I discovered where Michio lived. A student had a list of student addresses on hand. Oh, that's convenient. Creepy, but convenient. That's an amazing find. I believe all of the students actually have a copy of said list. Ah, yes. It truly worries me how easy it was to obtain what should be confidential information. Everyone was just that trusting. Hi, Tsumaki! Imagine what would happen if that information got into the wrong hands. Well, so far it hasn't, no? Sure, let's hope it stays that way. Just reminds me of an anime I saw in the early 2000s where a girl was getting threatening mail. And the person got her address because they managed to steal her, like, phone bill out of her mailbox. In the meantime, it is now possible for us to visit Michio Shiraishi's house. I can imagine the students are uneasy after learning of the murder. It may do them well to stay home for some time, if not for fear of their safety. The police are probably too wrapped up in solving the case to be concerned about the students' mental health. Are they ever worried about people's mental health? Like, unless that you work in, like, juvenile or child protective services, I feel like the care you afford to children would be superficial at best. I can see that. It's important that society provides a safe environment for the benefit of our youth. Some school policies could use some rewriting, especially those handling the students' personal information. That's right. I don't want a student being kidnapped on their way back home ever again. I expect criminals to grow more cunning as time passes. There may be times where the authorities can't keep up. That's where outlaws such as myself come in. What's this about? Ah, actually, forget I said anything. Hey, vigilante justice! Alive and well. Michio's home. I'd expect her family might be able to tell us more, but it's a hard topic to bring up so soon after her suicide. However, it's normal for a high school girl to keep things hidden from her parents, especially if it involves criminal activities. Alright, is there anything? Near the Shiraishi's home. How did it go? Oh, I'm gonna sneeze, 1 sec. I went to visit Michio Shiraishi's family's home, however. No one seemed to be there. I got no answer at the door, and all the lights were out. It seems to have been empty for a while now. There was a stack of newspapers out front. Now that's suspicious. It's a bit quieter over here. It is a residential area after all. All these rundown row houses really scream working class, don't they? Wow. I don't understand why no one's come to this house even after Michio committed suicide. I wonder if this place is okay. Yeah, I don't think so. Social connections run deep in working class areas like this place, so I decided to talk to the locals. I met a few nice old ladies who were kind enough to give me the scoop. The ba-chans are always happy to gossip. They got nothing else to do all day. Turns out the Shiraishi's reputation really went down the dumps the past year. Is that so? I'll give you the quick summary. They moved here about 3 years ago. Their previous residence was in a better part of town. Michio's father died in a car accident, leaving behind just the two of them. Michio's mom, Toshiko, now a single mother, relocated here. At first, they got along with their neighbors, many of which were in similar situations, helping and being helped in turn. And then she got remarried and it all went to shit because he was an asshole. So far, so good. What happened? Well, as I said, their reputation began to go downhill about a year ago. A man recognized as Toshihiko's common-law husband had moved into the household. His name was apparently Kichiro Iwai. That first name is a mouthful. Neighborhood gossip is something else. Somehow, everyone knew his name. So, what of this Iwai character? He was apparently a vulgar fellow with a criminal record. He was prone to violent outbursts. The neighbors often heard screams and shouting coming from the home. The neighbors took particular notice of Toshiko's screams, pleading with him not to hit Michio. That's terrible. As if that wasn't unsettling enough, every night the neighbors also began to hear an eerie chanting. Oh! He was a cultist, of course! What a class act. Through this, the Shiraichi standing in the neighborhood plummeted rapidly. Toshiko was often seen covered in bruises and wounds. Yikes. She stopped responding to her neighbors. She would just turn the other way when greeted. They kept their storm shutters closed even during the day and effectively shut themselves away from the entire community. That sounds horrible. Why did the police step in and do something? Unfortunately, under our current laws, the police aren't allowed to get involved with domestic disputes. Jesus Christ. Men get away with everything! God. And then Michio reportedly killed herself. Things only got worse with Iwai, and Toshiko was admitted to the hospital for physical and mental abuse. Ever since, Iwai hasn't returned to the home. Many locals expressed sympathy for Michio's circumstances, but just as many were fed up with the Shiraishis entirely and seemed relieved that things finally quieted down again. It seems they were still considered outsiders even after 3 years of living here. I don't understand it. Why would Toshiko have gotten involved with such a brutish good-for-nothing in the first place? I've heard many stories where one's partner's personality does a complete turn after entering a relationship. It does unfortunately happen. Usually they wait until, the other person's locked in and it's harder to get away, like, you know, you've got a lease together, or you're married, or, like, you've got a kid. After her first husband's death, Toshiko's financial situation had also taken a turn for the worse. She was determined to send her daughter to a good high school. It's possible she fell victim to sweet promises. Life can be tough, I suppose. Says the woman whose child literally got killed in a failed hostage negotiation. So I'm gonna assume it was Iwai who wanted to kidnap the Shikima's son because they're a rich family, so they were gonna get money. And Michio was the bait. Either because she couldn't refuse, or she was convinced that nothing bad was actually gonna happen to the kid. You don't seem moved by the story, ma'am. That's fine. People have all kinds of stories. Honjo's ace detective collected all information on persons of interest. Oh, we got everybody. Oh my lord. I know they say not to judge a book by its cover, but really? Is anyone surprised this guy turned out to be an abusive piece of shit? The common-law husband of Michio Shiraishi's mother, Toshiko Shiraishi. Kankichiro started coming and going from the Shiraishi household a little over a year ago. It seems he has served some time in prison, but the details are unknown. Welp. Nice looking guy. Cough nut. Whoa, what was that kitchen timer? You forgot did you leave your cup ramen on? Like, oh, so you came here too. What is it? Oh. Uh-oh. It's the cups! Could you repeat what you know one more time for me, Richter? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O! And that's the end of the Haruei route for now. Fancy sushi? Pardon? That is, okay. Fancy sushi. With dusk fast approaching, They have no time to waste. With that in mind, Tsutsumi and Eddie will direct their investigation towards Komogata High School and the Shiraishi residence. Well, nothing can go wrong. The smooth jazz, I can't. Alright, let's start here. Komogata High School. Here we are. Classes are suspended for the day, so the students are just kind of wandering around aimlessly. Understandable. The news of the dead teacher has also attracted a fair share of rubberneckers. Always. Literally after an accident, that is like 75% of the reason why traffic is so terrible. Everyone needs to slow down to gawk. Even if they don't realize they're slowing down, they do it subconsciously. The atmosphere is kind of tense with this many cops around. That's quite the thing to say. The school gates will stay locked while forensics inspects the scene of the incident. Looks like they're still busy. Let's talk to the person in charge later. No, now! You'll have no time! You're trying to stop a curse user from, like, doing some mass murder here. Also, as we know, the janitor is here, but whether or not they run into him is another question. Gymnasium. Komogata's High's gymnasium also serves as a polling place and evacuation center. No matter the culture, school gyms, go there to vote. Always. A lot of the buildings around here are still made of wood, but this place looks safe and sturdy. I guess that's true. Things haven't quite shifted fully away yet. Because part of the issue with the old buildings being made of wood in Japan is the earthquake frequency. They use gas for everything, so, you know, fire hazards. You know, that's why in Fate Stay Night, everything gets explained away by gas explosions. Yoshimi also looked out for these students as a Sumida city officer. Juvenile delinquency has been a growing problem for years now. The school is no exception. Explosions! Yup. Just the big kabooms! The solution to everything. When there's mage battles involved, it's what happens, apparently. Juvenile delinquency. The midpoint of the Showa era saw a marked increase in delinquency among young people. Ah, yes, the Yankees and the Sukeban! We learned about those in 13th Sentinels. A wave of violent incidents targeting teachers as well as students and often involving weapons consumed the nation's middle and high schools. Bosozoku motorcycle gangs also enjoyed their heyday around this time. Japanese arrest rates reached a historical peak during this period, and Papa George Yankees, and female sukebon delinquents became a common sight on the streets. This youth rebellion is often framed as a reaction to universal education policies or the pressure of highly competitive entrance exams, but its causes are likely manifold, extending far beyond the deficiencies of the educational system. Yeah, it's always complicated. Nothing else? Okay. We'll talk to the boy. This place isn't only connected to the case because the students were under Yoshimi's jurisdiction. It's also the site of the Fool's Procession and, of course, where that teacher was killed. Seems like a likely place to find some clues, don't you think? I mean, maybe. Oh, right. Speaking of schools. What is it? You said Paranormal Affairs can't help us right now. So why don't we get that psychic high schooling you mentioned to help us? A lot of the people involved in this case lead back to the school anyway, so it might make things easier to have them with us. For a guy who questioned me on the legality of working with them, you sure seem eager to exploit underage labor. Hey! Who said anything about exploiting them? I just wanted to give our young experts the opportunity to shine. Uh-huh, okay. Press F to doubt. When you'd become such a smooth talker? Anyway, I'm afraid I don't know where they are. Oh, I see. I wonder if there's anyone who could help us scout out the area. A great question indeed. I wonder if there's anyone who can help us scout the area. Okay, I need to find... No? Nobody? A perfectly reasonable time for students to be at school, and yet, I doubt it'll be that simple. Alright. Gotta come back here after talking to Richter, I guess. Seems like Michio's house is at the end of this road. Yeah, the lawn in the corner. The perfect place for murders. We don't want to intimidate them, so maybe I should go alone. Sure! Go for it. There's a chance that Michio did actually kill herself. It might be for the best that we did find her parents. Oh, wow, okay. Surroundings. The houses are really crammed together in these narrow alleyways. Strangers like us walking through definitely stand out. It really feels like old Tokyo. It's quiet. The place is normally pretty lively, full of people coming and going. But it seems like everyone's decided to stay inside because of the recent incidents. Understandable. Else to the Shiraishi household. Alright, I'll go check the house. Okay, bye! Oh, you're back! No luck, boss! Ain't nobody home! No one home? Doesn't look like it. I knocked for a while, but nobody came to the door. I glanced in the windows, but there was no sign of activity inside either. I saw about 3 newspapers stuffed into their mailbox. So no one's been around for a while. Not much we can do if they're not home. Let's go search somewhere else. We cannot currently progress any further. Okay. Well, alright then. Uh-oh, I think we're stuck. Let's see if this changes anything. Just a rage! Curse's influence, yada yada yada. Tends to stand out. Oh yeah, and then there's, you know, behind us. Something happened to it. Alright! Ah, yes, this guy. The not serial killer guy. It's an accessory. Don't worry about it. Better head straight home, yada yada yada. Worried about Mio. A friend of mine's still inside. I think they'll be here soon. Who's your friend? Mio. Oh, that transfer student breaking school rules already, huh? Did take her for the type. No, I was the one who dragged her here. Well, whatever. I'll go take a look. It'll be safer if you go home together. She's in the first floor hallways. Be careful, though. You don't know what may be there. What is that supposed to mean? First floor? Yeah, I'll be right back. Two a.m. She's late. I've been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. I'm starting to get worried. I'm going to take a look. Hi, Jambola! We're stuck. We're stuck. No matter what we do, we can't seem to progress, so I'm trying out some different options. Mio, are you there? Trying to watch Transformers, but you thought this would be more fun? Aw, thank you. Uh-oh. Blood? Shit. No! Mio! Mio, what happened? Where did I go wrong this time? It's my fault. It's all my fault. I left her alone with a curse bearer. Mio. So it's because of the janitor. Well, I figured this could only be a dead end. Yeah, so we told the janitor she was there and he went and took care of her instead of sending him to the second floor, and then he kills the teacher. My, seems you have arrived at a less than favorable result. But this was bound to happen. There is someone who must not be trusted. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? If so, you may choose to withhold important information from that person. Fear not, you may try as many times as you need. We already picked the right path, technically. Go without checking on Mio. Wouldn't want to be losing any more students? Rich! Coming from the serial killer. Mio's late. Someone coming down the road. Outbreak starting soon, so we will take a break in a moment. Yes. The teacher. The not suspicious teacher. He looks on edge. I wonder what he's doing. Wait. He's the one who discovered the right. I wonder if he has a curse stone. What should I do? But it's way past the 10 minutes Mio said she'd be here by. I managed to escape. I can't let that go to waste. Okay. So those were indeed the 2 branching paths. Alright, ad break. I'm gonna ponder how we can advance this. And then we shall continue, so hold tight. I'm gonna feed the cats while they're at it, because they're yelling at me. myself some honey and lemon water while I was at it. Alright. Howdy, howdy, hello! Alright. Honey lemon? Yeah! I've talked about it before that I make my own from scratch. Like, I get a big jar and I put in like a whole bottle of honey and slice up some lemons, put in some ginger. And then sometimes I use it fresh, but I also make ice cubes with it. So I can just toss something in whenever. Alright, I am actually stumped, so it is time for the walkthrough. Yum? Yes. It's good for the throat. I started making it once I started streaming and... what's the word I'm looking for? Started playing a lot of visual novels on stream, and then, you know, it helps. Make sure my voice doesn't implode. Lots of yapping, voice gets strained? Yup. Interesting. I feel like I did this. Maybe I didn't? Okay. Because at least what I'm seeing in the walkthrough, at a quick glance, I've done everything, but there's something we haven't done properly, I guess. So we might as well try again. Worst case, I mean, restarting the whole thing would be annoying, but, like, restarting this, like, part of the chapter, but... like, I feel like I didn't miss anything, but it says you have to exhaust all the options, which is what I try and do. So it's like scenes of a visual novel route? Correct. It is essentially a visual novel. There's some point-and-click elements, but that is not that unusual for a visual novel. Yeah. Jokes, what if it's so meta that restart is the solution? Help. Would you like me to look? It's okay. I got a walkthrough up, so we'll try this and then we'll see. Restarting what? Oh, restarting the whole chapter? Because no matter what I do, it just keeps saying, oh, they picked their next location to investigate. But we're stuck, because we can't progress any of the routes right now. So I'm like, I missed something somewhere. May have found a solution, OP. Where's the passport? Yeah, something somewhere, but which and where exactly? Because we didn't get check marks on Janochi's death, but every time we clicked it, it just kept repeating the same thing. That's why I'm like, This is probably the one singular downside to the middle to end section of the game. Oh, trying to figure out how to trip the flags. I mean, that's so normal. So many options that it's so easy to get stuck. Yeah. I mean, that is sort of how visual novels go, especially when you're trying to get all the endings in a dating sim. But, yeah. Lot of weird, silly mechanics. Ah, yes. Option again, and it gave us something new. Because the walkthroughs were saying, just exhaust all the options. I'm like, technically, the dialogue, the conversation ended before I could get a check mark on everything. So let's see. What you described does sound like Michio killed Mr. Junochi. She did have a reason to hate him after all. I mean, that really was her ghost? Like, for real? Those who die bear strong resentment, yada yada yada. But it's possible they could possess someone close to them to act on those lingering regrets. Huh, wonder if that's what happened. Alright, then supposing what the spirit board said, then she must have had some regrets. Nosy cup. Beatable talisman. her mouth shut about Janochi. Yoshimi did just have his eye on Michio, but her talisman too, after she died, yada yada yada. Is there something special? You said to me, if anything happens to me, take these 2 talismans, give them to a guy named Nakagoshi. Tell me, yeah? Would you mind if I take a look? Don't trust you yet. Okay. Just looking for Michio. It's when you 2 showed up. Alright, hopefully. Multiple curses. Janochi, he told me, and yes, old man Ashimiya. What could possibly go wrong? School is closed. Where should we go? Okay, no, that didn't change anything. So whatever it is, it's further back. Rip. I think I get it now. You have to have them go there and then have the cops go there, and then you can talk to Yako and them. That's what it seems. Oh yeah, they are there. There we go. We found it. God. That is sorta meta. I got it, yay! God. Huh, that's boss. What is it? You want to talk to those girls? Oh! Cause yeah, Mio is the one working with the police, I guess. I do? Yeah, I do. This is divine intervention. We were brought here for a reason. Come on, idiot. Sir? Hey, aren't you You must be that high schooler skirting the child labor laws who I've heard so much about. What an introduction! Say that again? Sorry about that. He's with me. Mr. Tsutsumi, if that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my working conditions. Right, because he worked with Paranormal Affairs for a while, so he probably would have run into her. I'd prefer not to work for free, to be honest. Don't you worry about that. If you can help us out, you can have whatever you want. Boss's treat. Oh, and that's why it's fancy sushi. Ah, that's what she asked for. Wait, really? Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go to our fancy sushi place. Oh, yeah, like one of those places in Ginza? I've never been. Let's go. We got ourselves a deal, right, boss? The girls are at our service. Hold on now. What just happened? I never said sushi? Looking forward to it, boss. Rip. Probably would have been cheaper just to get her a wage. Wait, since when were you included? You guys are funny. You should do stand-up. Oh, God. Sushi, huh? Well, if that'll solve the case, it's a small price to pay. God. I'll just expense. There you go. There's the ticket. What's the deal with airline food? I'll tell you what's the deal with airline food. Shit's so terrible and there are so few options that I had to sneak food onto my last flight. I mean, technically not, because it's food I bought. Once we like passed all the inspections, and I put it in my backpack. You don't get it? Fair enough. No, but for real, I think the only gluten-free option there was basically crackers, and I'm like, no thanks. I don't know how I'm gonna survive. Like, if I ever actually do go visit Europe or Asia, I don't know how I'm gonna survive a flight that long. I might have to be dragged off the plane because my blood sugar is gonna be like in the negatives. They say I could keep it, the cook. Yeah, if you buy it on the other side of security, they don't care. They're worried about, like, people bringing outside stuff in. Forensics is still investigating. It was from an outside shop completely. Huh. Maybe Europe's more chill than the West here. So how much have you been able to figure out? Well, I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone invoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosts the power of curses, then brought forth the 7 mysteries of Honjo. I feel like everywhere's more chill than America. I mean, Yeah. Except when it comes to food. The US does not give a damn about food. Just reminds me of how back in the day, like pre the 50s, some companies would use sawdust as a filler for food. You know, before they realized, you know, eating sawdust could, like, kill you. Didn't realize you were that old? Oh, shut up. I can read the papers. Also, it's in the lore that I am, like, 400 plus years old, so eating sawdust is bad? Yeah, it's wood. It's wood! Don't let me catch you eating pencils. Cellulose. Yeah, that sounds like a good way to die of splinters and God knows what else. Also, you know, malnutrition. Because I sincerely doubt that the human body can process any of that stuff. Actually, there are fungi that eat the hard part of trees. I said people! People! I wasn't talking about other living organisms. I was talking about people. I even said it. Like, yes, there are organisms that eat trees. That's why when a tree falls down, doesn't matter if anyone's there to hear it or not, but something's gonna eat it. Bacteria, fungi, all of that stuff. And isn't it that, like, the whole reason there is, like, fossilized wood and stuff like that was because it took time for organisms that digest wood to evolve? Which makes it which makes sense? The Carboniferous era. Ah, okay. But yeah, that's why it's crazy, but also makes sense that there are now organisms that eat, like, radioactive waste and also eat plastic. Like, it just takes time. Doesn't mean we should, like, you know, go crazy. But the Earth's ability to correct itself and, you know, eliminate a problem is quite fascinating. There was a time that organisms that eat the hard parts of wood did exist. Yeah. Ah. Yep, like I said, it's very interesting. You're very interesting? Ah, stop. You're very interesting. And very smart. I just read a lot. You guys are the ones actually learning and researching this stuff. I just read a lot of news articles and Wikipedia. And books. So my hypothesis sounds about right. As I'm sure you know, there are actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, the cursed stones appeared before those who wanted the right at the locales of the 7 mysteries. In my own field, yes, I still cannot tie my shoes. There was a saying I heard. about the more specialized your education is, the dumber you are in general. Because, like, your brain only has so much capacity. So it learns so much stuff specific to one thing that it doesn't learn anything for other areas. That's the explanation I heard for why engineers, like in particular, this was about engineers that I heard this. That's why engineers, like, you get them in their environment, they're great, but you try and talk, like, make small talk with them, it's like talking to a sack of bricks. Like, they just can't. And I'm like, you know, that makes sense. Because one of my apprenticeships was actually at an office that had engineers. And when they had nothing to do, they started throwing a football around, and they nearly pegged me with it once. And I'm like, these are like, you know, 30, 40-year-old men. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with all of you? Why are you throwing this indoors? Like, and management didn't do anything because they're all engineers. Engineering is just like the law enforcement in that it's such a boys' club that any women that are in there are just hard as, like, tough as nails, and then the guys never age past age 12. Nursing is also like that, like medical fields. Like, either the nurses are really chill, or I'm like, I feel sorry for your children. Because your bedside manner is truly atrocious. Like, yes, the kid's okay when they fell down, but you could spare like an ounce of sympathy. They gotta preserve their sense of whimsy or they get jaded, yeah. I remember one co-worker I had at another location where I actually worked with like nurses and dietitians, and I think there was physiotherapists. And one of them was talking to me and she's like, I can't wait until I'm old, because then I could do shit all and no one can say anything. And I'm like, damn. It was like about how, like, you know, a lot of elderly people, especially people in homes or in like long-term care stuff, sort of quote-unquote get away with everything because it's like, oh, you know, they don't know any better anymore. Men and women dominated fields would be an interesting research project. I wonder. It has been studied, of course. I was gonna say I wonder. Like, I would even just want to know what the women-dominated fields are nowadays. Because it used to be, you know, nursing was female-dominated, but like all the men were doctors and stuff. And now it feels like it's, like, not that women have all become the doctors, but there's a lot more male nurses and stuff, so it feels like the gender divide is more even. I feel like a predominantly women field would be stuff like housekeeping. I cannot imagine a dude working for a housekeeping service. Not that, like, guys don't know how to clean, it's just, I feel like I have never heard of a male housekeeper, you know? I just said it's not that guys can't clean. Like, I've seen janitors, but not, you know, like the actual, like, housekeeping service. Not unless it's in a hotel. Makes sense. You got 3 already? Wow. We have the Curse Stone of the Fool's Possession. Well, Yako, the girl standing behind me, does. That's me! Yako, the girl standing behind Mio! Thanks, Captain Obvious. You're into cleaning? Yeah, you've talked before. You're doing house husband training. She does? Is she alright? We could take it off your hands. Well, the Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out. Alright, I'll leave the Fool's Possession with you two then. Is there a Yakuza requirement, or is that just for Tatsu? He does look very Yakuza, he does. She's like a disciple of the Paranormal Affairs Chief. I've heard that she helps out with investigations free of charge under the guise of training. Although she's my old boss's protege, she's helped me out plenty while I was in Paranormal Affairs. She may look weak, but she's got a strong spirit sense, sharp instincts, and courage. Plus, quite the brain to back it up. That said, I can't help but think there's some kind of darkness following her around. I mean, you interact with the supernatural enough, that's what happens. Your work literally follows you home. Dad made a ramen and didn't want it anymore, and now you remember why you don't make it in the microwave? Uh-huh. Do not let me catch you microwaving ramen. I've microwaved eggs before in a rush. So regretty. So much regretty. Iduna? Iduna! Do you microwave your ramen? No! Just get a goddamn kettle. Just get a kettle. I have a kettle. Use the kettle. Do not nuke it. The microplastics. Yes, that is also one of the reasons you shouldn't microwave it. You sure you would want to live with me again, Iduna? We had a chat not that long ago, because Iduna had a moment where she was like, I almost asked you if you wanted me to pick up anything coming back from the store. Because she's like, because we did live together once upon a time. I'm like, you sure you want to live with me again? Considering how much I'd be like, no, what are you doing? Like, girl! Yeah, also do the ramen in a pot. At work, I use the kettle. And then just, like, wait for 3 minutes. Not that I eat cup ramen that often, but I do have, like, a huge amount of, like, ramen squares. Because when Mama Melis last visited, she's like, "Oh, Diana, do you still like that ramen we used to get from Costco?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Cool." And then she buys me 3 bags, and each bag has 10 squares, I think. And I'm like, oh my lord. Never tell parents that, right? I finally got through 1 bag. And now I'm, like, sick of eating it because I made it for lunch for, like, 2 weeks. Like, I would just mix it with soy sauce and ketchup to make... Because yakisoba sauce is ketchup and soy sauce. Sounds amazing? It was! It's just... got a little dull after a while. I need to do it and add in eggs or fish or something to add, like, that little bit extra something. I still have some that I cooked on Friday in the fridge. I probably should throw it out. I can always tell when I've had something too often and it is triggering my revulsion. Because, you know, you hyperfixate on stuff and then I never touch it again. That's how I am with food. I've reached that point with the ramen because I ate it too much. Like, just the plain ramen. Hopefully, if I add some extra stuff to it, it'll change for me, but... Get that real bad with music? Yeah. And I mean, I don't want that to happen, especially since, you know, I have all this free ramen. And, you know, it's like, you could save money by not buying groceries if you just ate all this ramen, but I can't do it. I told you guys about my whole thing where, ship it to me? No, because eventually I'll want to eat it again. The ramen's not gonna go bad. Nice try, though. Yeah, I talked to you guys before about my thing with peaches, where when I was little, I was obsessed with peaches. It was almost the only thing I could eat, and then suddenly one day, I didn't want them anymore. I threw like a whole tantrum when my parents tried to give me peaches. And to this day, I have not been able to eat anything with peaches. And that's been like, you know, 30 years. Like, my dad has literally handed me a peach and told me to take a bite, and I cannot get my teeth to break through the skin. It's wild. I tried just getting, you know, like the peaches in, like the peach cups. I couldn't even bring myself to open it to try. Like, it just sat in my, all of it just sat in my fridge until it went bad. Like, I literally cannot force myself. It sucks, especially when I still have lots of X food. You ate a whole bottle of gummy vitamins and that's when you stopped eating most vegetables. Yeah, I think that's a coincidence, probably. Because, I mean, the fruit gummies wouldn't taste like veggies. But yeah, who knows. Thank you, please keep collecting the other curse stones. I'll be looking for a way to stop the Feast of Shadows. Okay, got it. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you run into any of them? Well, last night at school... You were here last night? Yeah, you see... Crimes! Huh. You guys were using a spirit board? That's so cool! Shut up, Erio. This style reminds you of a creepy song someone showed you once? Interesting. Cool is an interesting word to use. This guy is something. Like, definitely he's supposed to be the rookie, naive cop to the hard-boiled veteran. But he's a little too silly. Like, he's just a little too silly. Suki Suki Daisuki? Is it Love Hime? Hime, Suki Suki Daisuki, Hime, Kira Kira Rin. Oh, Kiku da 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 da. No? Okay. Then I don't know. It's probably Hasune Miku. One of her yandere songs. I mean, if you plug those lyrics into Google, it will find it for you. When in doubt, it's always a Vocaloid song. So that's when you ran into the Curse Echo. I'm glad you survived the encounter. Somehow, we managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. Rip. The Curse Echo we saw took the shape of a woman, missing an arm and a leg. Ah, yes, the one-sided raid! So that basically does confirm Crony? She made a cover of it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can't remember the title, but I know exactly which song now. So I was right, it is a Vocaloid song. It's only called Suki Suki Daisuki, so I was right, it is a yandere song. What? Yeah. You don't think so? Think so to what? That it's a yandere song or that it's Vocaloid? Is it really Vocaloid? Yeah, probably. 95% of the stuff Hololive people cover is Vocaloid. Because that stuff is easy to get permissions for. If you check the video, it'll say who did the original. Jun Togawa. Interesting. Okay, yeah, it's not Vocaloid. But it's very, very rare that they don't cover... that they cover something that isn't Vocaloid. I mean, your first clue that it wasn't Vocaloid is the fact the original is from 1985. Like, you should have led with that. The one-sided read. The one-sided read. This is bad. Huh? What's so bad about that one? The original that you watched was an animator? Okay. So that wasn't the original then. Looks like they did like a 2016 remaster. I think I even see the animation you were talking about because it's literally right there when you search it. You idiot think the curse bearer of the one-sided reed is Fumichika Nejima. He admitted it himself. That's his curse. Oh, that's right. Wait, but if that's the case, Nejima must have been here last night. What? I mean, it's possible he was lying to us, but... What? Who's Nejima? No clue? Yeah, they weren't even born when this happened. So Nejima is trying to take advantage of the Feast of Shadows for his own nefarious purposes. Huh? He said he was going to massacre the city at sundown? And he's trying to get to your daughter, too? That's why we've been trying to find him, but to no avail. Honestly, this information has been the most useful we've gotten so far. So just to be sure, could you tell me who else was at the school last night? Well, as far as we know, there was Mr. Jonochi, and one of our classmates, he told me. Don't forget old man Ashimiya. Wait, he told me? Do you mean he told me Okuda? Second year student? Well, yes. Why? Boss. So she was here last night. I saw he told me earlier, though, and she didn't seem like a curse bearer to me. You did? Did you talk to her? Yeah. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions about that? Tomi said she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid she'd become a suspect. So I can't tell you anything unless you swear you won't drag her into this. Ah, I see. Don't worry, this is about a different matter. A different matter? You mean about the police officer? Mr. Yoshimi? You know about that? Did he tell me say something about him? Yeah, she did, actually. We're talking about people who were at the school last night. There was someone else. Apparently he told me actually saw Mr. Jonochi getting cursed and killed last night. What? Talk about some vital information. What she said happened was... Michio was the one you killed, Mr. Jonochi? Are you sure it was really Michio that she saw? Well, that's what she told me. I wasn't there. That must mean there was another curse bearer here last night. Jonochi was killed by a curse, so someone had to have been there, whether it was Michio or not. Damn, boss. Do you really think it could have been Michio's ghost? I mean, based on what we've heard, she does have plenty of reason to be vengeful. Calm down. Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. It's still possible that Nejima was behind Jonochi's death. But what about Hitomi's story? About this janitor, Ashimiya, was it? How old is he? Do you know how long he's worked here? Huh? Why are you so interested in him all of a sudden? I only just transferred to the school, though, so I have no idea. He's around 50 years old. He came to our school about half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all kinds of rumors about him. I see. Thanks. I think I'm starting to get a better picture of all this. Huh? listen up. It's not uncommon for former prisoners to find work under an alias after their release. The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of proper rehabilitation, you see. What are you? No way! Edio, have the officers apprehend the janitor. He worked the night shift, so he might still be in the overnight room. Yeah, right away. Back to the ramen thing, though. The noodles are much tougher when I boil them, and you like that better? Ah, yes, they're more al dente. Boss, bad news. Apparently the room's been empty all morning. Sounds like they've been looking to question Ashimiya too, but I couldn't find him. Uh-oh. That all but confirms it. Just one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Ashimiya? The old man seriously hated getting his picture taken. He always avoided it. Edio, call an urgent search for Makoto Ashimiya. We can't let him get away. Fancy word? Yeah, I mean, it's Italian. You use it to describe pasta that's just slightly undercooked. With the idea being that when you add sauce or broth to the noodles, they'll finish cooking. Also, I guess that makes sense, yeah. So, because you know how sometimes noodles get soggy? It means firmer. Yep, that makes sense. But, like, here in the West, you'll hear it refer to pasta specifically. Oh my, I didn't expect this at all. Yeah, how could that old man have been some horrible criminal mastermind? I can't believe it. And a curse bearer on top of that. To think he was so close to us this whole time. Ugh, it gives me chills. A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at a high school. Yeah, no shit. He hid all of that. Let's hope it isn't already too late. Oh! I may have shown Ashimiya my curse stone last night. What? I don't like this one bit. Nejima did say he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but I'm glad nothing happened to you. Wait, but then... could it have been old man Ashimiya who attacked you in the hallway? I almost told him that you were still in the building, too! What, you did? Yikes, good thing I didn't say anything. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid. Yikes. Yippee! This is too much. I hope they find him soon. Come on, Lone Arm of the Law, help us! Lone Arm of the Law. Alright, ad break's gonna kick in, so I am gonna get up, stretch, all that good stuff. And I will be right back. Hold on tight. 3, 2, 1. Whee! Alrighty, here we are. Yippee! Hello. Ramen royalty, really, Frosty? Alright, about the mastermind behind the Feast of Shadows. Excuse me. To put a stop to the Feast of Shadows, it would help if I knew more about how the curses of these 7 mysteries came about. In that case, you're probably best off talking to that crabby researcher guy. You mean Mr. Adaishi? I would very much like to talk to him. Ah, right, he's a teacher here too, isn't he? You would know him already. You might be more inclined to talk if one of his students is doing the asking. Do you know where he is? I do. We tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. But you two should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his papers. The cafe? Oh, Kurokikyo Cafe in Kamizawa? Thanks, we'll head over there now. School rules say we're not allowed to go to cafes, though. What? Why? Huh? Okay, banning like arcades or something? Okay, fine, but why cafes? Don't worry about it. I'll allow it. Thank you! Huh? That's all it takes? Japan's rules are crazy. Like, I know a student's job is to be a student, they should focus on studying, blah, 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 but come on. What are they supposed to do outside of school hours on the weekend? About the mastermind again? There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all this for a reason. I want to find out why. About Hitomi Okuda. Hitomi did say that Mr. Yoshimi entrusted her with something. He did? What was it? Yoshimi gave her a talisman? Yes, apparently he also asked her to look for another one just like it. One that Michio might have. I wonder if Shogo has it. Or had one. I don't know why it just suddenly came to me, because the talismans are supposed to keep danger and stuff away, right? If he had one of the talismans, that might explain why when Yoko tried to curse him, it rebounded and she's the one who ended up dying. But then, if that's the case, why was she able to kill him the other time? Because, like, she tried to use it on him in the park and it didn't work. But then she got in a taxi and it worked? There might be something I'm not quite getting here, but I feel like I'm starting to cook. I feel like the pot's boiling, you know? What kind of talisman could they be? Boss? Doesn't ring a bell. But if Yoshimi was talking about him with his dying breath, they must have been pretty important. Did they find a talisman on Michio where her body was found? I'll check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve it before he died. Right. Would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact information? I'd like to talk to her about this talisman. I'm not sure. She never opened up to anyone except Mr. Yoshimi. I'm no good, huh? I was friends with Yoshimi, though. Don't seem like too bad of a guy. Not all that scary for a cop. But I doubt that'll be enough for her. She really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect. To be honest, she was even a bit wary of us. Well then. Do you think she talked to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before? Oh, they have! She told us about that. Yeah, she might be willing to talk to her. Alright, then we better find her fast. You haven't been able to reach her? That's a little worrying. Just a bit. Mayu Chozawa. We'll let you know as soon as we manage to contact her. Okay, I'd be willing to give Hitomi's contact information to her. Alright, one more thing. Hitomi told me that Mr. Yoshimi gave her instructions in the event that something happened to him. He told her to give the talisman to Mr. Nakagoshi from the police headquarters. What? So it was Nakagoshi's case? Why would Yoshimi tell her that? Could you check on that? I will, but, well, I don't know if they'll pick up when I call. Is he with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Well, yes, Nakagoshi's the chief, but he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. Of course. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he exists or if he's just a figurehead. I've never spoken to him myself. Oh, okay. All of Paranormal Affairs cases are referred to as Nakagoshi's cases. Jeez, what's up with that? Oh, to keep it hidden that it's a paranormal thing. Naruhodo. Excuse me. The amulet you told me was looking for may be the missing puzzle piece to this mystery. And that's it? Okay. What was that thing you mentioned about Michio earlier? Something about a grudge? Did you know anything about her? What's your relation? I'm her friend. I was actually planning to resurrect her at first. Ah. I see. What a thing to just admit, you know? We gained quite a lot of information from you two. It's only fair that we share as well. Tell her, Edio. Guy's just a puppet. He's just there to yap at his command. Alright. Keep in mind that this is just a theory, though. Okay. After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't a suicide, but a vehicular collision. Wait, what? An accident? Being hit by a speeding truck or van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi, so it seems he had his doubts about it being a suicide. A van? Speeding? Oh, that triggered something! Yako, what's wrong? Are you okay? Oh, she's losing it! Ooh. In the van, there's, hang on. There's a young man in the driver's seat. In the passenger seat's a woman? Yes, I guess my theory that she's being possessed by Michio seems about right. She's seeing like the moment of her death or something. Wait, what was I? Are you back now? How do you feel? You're covered in sweat. Yeah, I'm okay, I think. Sorry, I went a little crazy there. It's no problem as long as you're okay. I was quite the surprise, though. Interesting. Yoshimi talked to you about Michio, didn't he? Well, he didn't give me any specifics, if that's what you're wondering about. So I don't know what was truly on Michio's mind either. Right. Do you have any idea why Jonochi was so scared of Michio? I mean, besides the fact that he, like, blackmailed her? Well, about that, I'm not exactly sure how to put this, but... I see. Well, I half expected it was something like that. Thank you for telling me. Sorry, it's hard to explain. I wonder what he got his hands on to be able to blackmail her like that. Nothing good, that's for sure. Michio, what happened? Okay. This is one hell of a coincidence, huh? That this random girl you know is already involved with the case? Jonochi was almost definitely killed by a curse, but I wonder about the exact cause of death. If the curse's origin and the cause of death are connected, it could give us another lead. Ah, there we go. I was gonna say we're missing something. Scene of the crime. What's that rope all about? It indicates where Jonochi's body was found. They've moved his body, but they still have no idea of how it was found. Yikes, that's a little gross. You can even see how his arms and legs are all Cool it, Idio, you're scaring her. This kind of stuff is a little much for a kid. Hey, I'm pretty sure she only asked because you were staring at it so intently. My bad. Alright, that's enough. Mio, what do you think? I knew it the second I looked at the scene. You're right. Traces of a curse still linger here. I figured as much. Does that mean Jonochi was killed by one of the curses of the 7 mysteries? Yes, a strong curse like that always leaves a trace behind. Well, that's convenient. Wow, Mio, you're so calm. Are you used to this sort of thing? I wouldn't say I'm used to it. But you're used to it. Essentially. It just comes with experience, I guess. No, I've heard some stories about you. Didn't you investigate a gruesome scene where someone had been killed by a paranormal attack without even breaking a sweat? Now there's a sentence. Stop it, Mr. Tsutsumi. She's going to get the wrong idea. I think she already does. Whoa, that's amazing! Mio, you're so professional! What did I just say? You think? Totally! You're cool even in the face of death! That's awesome! When you put it like that, I'm not sure how awesome it is. Hey boss, Forensics is calling. I'll go see what they have to say. Sure, thanks. Hello, Forensics! What do you got for us? And please, no silly one-liners. I got enough of those for today. Boss, they found this on the ground a short distance away. What is it? Ribbon? Yeah, the kind you use to tie up your hair. What? I've seen that! You have? Go on then. That's the ribbon that Michio always used to wear. What? Does that mean Michio was here? Y'all. There's more than one white ribbon in the world. Are you sure? Definitely. I have the same one at home. We bought them together. That has to be hers. Then, did she come back to life somehow? But how? If it was Michio and I... I'm sorry, if I was Michio and I came back to life, where would I go? That's the question. She got her revenge on Janochi, but she may have more revenge to dish out. Ominous. Is there anyone else she'd have a grudge against? Well, what about the guy who killed her in the collision? If she really did come back to life, then it's terribly sad that she's spending her new chance at life like this. Being obsessed with revenge is such a tragic way to live. Yeah, tell that to the serial killer who's obsessed with getting revenge on us. Maybe he'll turn over a new leaf. Have you tried a hobby? Literally. Everyone needs more hobbies. And by more hobbies, I mean hobbies you don't try to monetize, because then that's just work. I know some people are like, oh yeah, this is a great hobby, I make extra money. No. If you're making money off it, it's a job. It doesn't matter. If you're selling what you make, technically that is a small business. Like, I get it. You don't know about that one personally? How do I phrase this? You find it super stress relieving? Yes, because it's supposed to be. That's a hobby. Because here's the thing. Hobbies are stuff you do for the betterment of your soul. Yes, you can have crafty things as a hobby, but the second you make money off it, it becomes a job. It's a small business. Like, it doesn't matter that you're not making a profit. Even just legally, that's a business. It can still be super stress relieving, but most people don't find stuff that they do for money to be stress relieving. Because what happens when you go viral and then you have hundreds of orders you have to fill? Are you still gonna think that's stress relieving and relaxing? Probably not. There's a distinction in there with intent. Yeah. That's why I said specifically As soon as you get a commission, it's a job. Yeah, that's why I said specifically hobbies that you don't make a profit off of. Because those, or rather, like, that you don't intend to make money off of, we'll say. Because that is stuff that you're doing because you enjoy it and it's good for your mental health. So, you know, reading a book. Or, you know, you can even do art stuff. You don't have to be good at it and you don't have to make money off it. Just unfortunately, with how bad the economy is and everyone's wages, everyone's desperate to find a way to make more money. So I totally understand why everyone, or should I say everyone, why a lot of people end up monetizing their hobbies. You gotta do what you gotta do, but like, yeah, that's my point. At that point, it's not your hobby. It's a job, and jobs generally are not healing for the soul. Point it would stop being a hobby once it gets overwhelming. Correct. Hold back the actually when people say I can't sing. Yeah, I can get that. But right now it's definitely a hobby, and that's good. That's great. But like, that's the thing I've talked about this with streaming before. That it's great and enjoyable. But the second, like, you know, I started consistently making money every couple months from ads, donations, whatever, I'm like, I should at least treat this somewhat seriously. Especially when it comes to subs, because people are giving you their money. So it's like, now, it's like, should I stop doing whatever I want and chase the trends and try and make more money or be super serious? Nah, I don't have to. But that was just a mentality I decided to take personally. You're a big help, he says. Thank you. See? Yeah, that's why I'm like, it's my own thing. And I mean, yeah. Like, sure, it's still technically like a hobby. But I had to... when I became affiliate to get the money, I had to fill out tax forms. Like, that is a job. That is a small business. Happens with some channels that decide I'm gonna go out of my wheelhouse and do this, then it goes viral. Yeah. That's like a continual discussion I have in my brain, because I'm like, I would love to grow the channel. But then I go, okay, but do you want to do all of these things that would help? It's like, not necessarily. Because it's like, sure, there are ways to grow, but my core audience are people who followed me because they like that I play visual novels and stuff. Visual novels are a niche, no matter how you slice it. So, based on the categories you stream, there's a limit there on how much you can grow. So that's like, do I want to go outside of that? Not really. It's something I have to tell myself sometimes, because I'll look at friends or other people or look at advice and I'm like, I'm doing all this stuff. Why haven't I really grown? It's like, well, look at the things your friends are streaming versus what you are. It's like, yeah. Which isn't a bad thing. They enjoy. My friends are playing games they enjoy. And it just so happens those are Just be you. Out of your 3-4 years here, I'm like one of 5-6 people you stuck with. Ah, thank you. Oh, God. Next stream. Crimson Desert. I mean, yeah, I'll try new stuff if it seems interesting for me. Because I've always been in the camp that I would rather have people follow me for me versus just the content I make. Which is why, like, you know, sometimes if I play a lot of a certain game for a while, I'll gain followers. And then I change it up. And then those people leave. And I'm like, oh, that's sad. But at the same time, it's like, well, if you want people to follow you for you and not because, you know, you played Pokemon for a week straight, then, well. People who follow for a game will definitely leave? Yes, absolutely. And yes, it does. Growth can be a whole bunch of factors. All you can do is the best you can. Because that is my thing. I'm like, I could do all of this extra stuff. And, you know, search engine optimize. Gear myself specifically to maximize a niche or certain appeal. Because, like, there was one VTuber I was watching who was talking about how she got she had an opportunity to talk with a brand manager, and they were telling her she should change her model because she has a deeper voice, and the fact that her model has pigtails means it doesn't really fit, quote unquote. And she's like, no, I like this. And it's like, yeah, that is the thing as well. I find that interesting, especially when you see corporate people, like corporate VTubers who go and become indie, and they just get whatever model they want. And it's like, sometimes there feels like a mismatch. Because when they were with a company, the company was like, we're gonna brand, like, here's your model. And here's all this other stuff based on what we think fits you best. Per the experts. Versus, like, when it's just them doing whatever, it's like, oh, yeah, okay. But yeah, it's a whole rigmarole stuff. The whole, best thing I learned is like, oh, look at the category you want to stream and see what the average viewer count is. That is, at best, probably what you can expect for growth in that category. So for me, it's like, yeah, the visual novel category, not always super saturated. Like, there's usually less than 100 viewers, sometimes less than 5. But if it's a lucky day and someone who likes the game looks it up and they're like, holy shit, there's a new streamer playing this, then I usually get someone pretty loyal out of it. So it's like, ah. Alright, let's use the school as our base of operation. If anything happens, go to one of the officers hanging around here. Got it. Thank you. Good luck. Well, go talk to Mr. Araishi about a way to lift this curse. Alright, boss, let's get going whenever you're ready. Yippee! Do, 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 do. Alright, bye, girls. Hey, let's go! We broke the curse! Yippee! The curse of being stuck, that is. Progress, progress! There's some interesting ones too, like Octopath. Barely anyone's streaming it, but the ones who do better than usual. Yes. Because usually people who are passionate or a fan about an underloved game are really passionate about it. And I mean, hey, it worked out for me. Because I was like, visual novels are so niche. And I mean, even you guys were like, oh, I lost my sentence there for a second. But yeah, because we were talking about in the Discord about whether or not I should finally finish Little Busters, the visual novel. Because for a long time, I was like, oh, I can't play a romantic visual novel to its entirety. Because those are so long. But then I was like, Umineko is definitely that long, if not longer. And I just mentioned it casually in the Discord, and people were like, yes, please play more. We want more DD reading us stuff. I'm like, oh, well, okay. And it's always good to know, because I mean, sometimes I'll look at metrics after a visual novel stream and I'll be like, oh my god, on paper, this did terrible. But if I factor in the fact that I know a lot of you just want to hear me read, and Twitch won't count views if you're lurking or you don't have the video up, yada yada yada, I'm like, these metrics only tell half the story. There we go. Seimon. The rite of resurrection is the inception of this whole affair. Yako and Mio decide to confront the man responsible for spreading rumors of it in the first place, Hideki Adaishi. They find him at his frequent stomping grounds, the Kurokiyo Cafe. Oh, so that is a crazy name. Have I ever put on a VR headset? I have not. I don't know anyone who has one. Considering how easily I get motion sickness, I feel like it would be a disaster. But it would be interesting to try it at least once. Like, there are some people I know who can do VR mostly sitting down. I would definitely have to be the one moving around. Getting thrown in Resident Evil 7 is the ultimate test of motion sickness? Oh god. I'm trying to figure out if there's a better way to put it on if you have long hair. Oh. I'm trying to think. Can you braid it? Because the issue is that if you put it up, it gets in the way of, like, the band and stuff, right? Yeah, like, if you're just trying to keep it out of the way, braiding it or a low ponytail might be your best bet. Otherwise, did double buns? Yeah. I was gonna say it depends. Your hair makes it slip off. That sounds like a... That is more of a hair texture issue than just long hair. That I got no idea how. It's hard to describe. I mean, I have oily hair, so I understand to a degree. I know, I figured you don't have oily hair, but when you have oily hair, stuff slips off your head easier is why I said I understand to a degree. Because I mean, as a cosplayer, to keep the wigs on, we use a shit ton of bobby pins. And also a hairnet. I don't know if you want to go the hairnet route. But it would give texture, extra texture to your hair. But yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, Art. I got no clue. Should probably Google it. People who actually have headsets and long hair would probably... I'm sure someone's run into your issue. Just, yeah, the best I can do is try and guess. Alright, Kurokyo Cafe. Also, what a name. Because Kurokikyo? Because Kikyo is like Chinese bellflower. So that's crazy. You know, normally you'd be breaking school rules just by stepping foot in a cafe. I'll be in hot water if you lied about having permission from the police. Remember that. Yeah, excuse you, princess. We know. It'll be okay. So, what did you want to ask me? Hang on. Hang on. Yes, I did see it. Cafe! I've never been to one before. How exciting! It's pretty smelly inside because of the cigarette smoke. Ah, right. Frickin' Japan and indoor smoking. I guess that's why students aren't allowed here. A coffee shop on South Waregasui Street. Kurokyo's Cafe... Or, sorry. Convenient location has made it a favorite of businessmen in the neighborhood. Although formerly a relaxing location where classical and jazz music were played, the cafe has begun incorporating some pop songs into its playlist. What's that about indoor smoking in Japan? The fact that it's it's not really banned. Especially in, like, the 80s. Japan has a huge smoking culture. Yeah, like, seeing, like, every adult character smoking, that is not an exaggeration for anime. It is, apparently, quite common. There are a lot of Japanese VTubers, even corporate ones, who are heavy smokers. One of the Raijin from Devis, like Hololive Devis, she was a heavy smoker before, like right before she started as a VTuber. Heavy smoker and heavy drinker. That is the Japanese culture. Even when they're singers, still heavy smokers. It's the cultural norm. It never quite got ostracized the way it did in the West. Like, I think it's more discouraged now, but it's still very common. Like, the smokers here run into a lot of issues trying to find the lung cancer rates. Like, smokers in the West often talk about how much they hate the rules about how far you have to be from a building to smoke. Because it's inconvenient. In Japan, they go out of your way to make sure, like, every building has a designated smoking section. From my understanding. Including the trains? Don't know on the trains, but yes, around the train stations. You can see it in Persona 5 and also Persona 5X. There's like a huge greenhouse looking thing that is by Shibuya Station. And that is for the smoking. I heard there was a specific car for it. That I don't know. I feel like that'd be a little crazy. Especially at rush hour. The most popular menu item is a peel-off served with black coffee. Well, there certainly is an interesting place. Although cream soda topped with a large scoop of ice cream is also a popular choice. Seems like they were removed, but they used to be a thing, which is crazy. Yeah. Unsurprising. But yeah, smoking super common. Poster saying about 2024? Yeah. Gosh. That does make sense, but also, yeesh. But yeah. Case in point, smoking, still heavily supported, not ostracized. So yeah, thinking about it and, like, kids being banned from going to cafes in the 80s now makes sense. Because it was probably about keeping them away from smokers. I miss smoking? What? I mean, smoking bad. You do you. You do you. I will say, though, unless it's super strong, the smell of cigarettes is preferable to me than the smell of weed. So, like, don't want to be trapped in a room with a smoker, but, you know, if someone has... Because when you smoke, your clothes start smelling like smoke, right? So if it's between smelling like weed and smelling like, you know, tobacco fire, I would rather someone smell like tobacco. Because tobacco can be a nice smell. Weed? Nah. It's toned down a bit, but when marijuana became legalized in Canada and you started smelling it everywhere, I'm like, I hate this so much. The smell makes me nauseous. It's not even just that I don't like it, it actually makes my stomach turn. Fashionable cafes featuring jazz and live performances were in vogue until the mid-Showa era, when the number of cafes offering a carefully brewed cup of coffee and a relaxed atmosphere began to increase. Many of these locations also have public telephones, making them convenient meeting places. However, they also developed a reputation as hangout spots for delinquents, leading a large number of schools to forbid their students from patronizing them. It's about the delinquency, of course. You really hate the smell? Understandable. In recent years, table arcade games have become a big hit, affording cafes installing them a steady stream of customers. Interesting. About my curse stone. Yako, if you would. Right, we wanted to talk to you about this. Oh my, a curse stone! An Okame mask. That must mean the Fool's Procession. You two were at the school last night. Damn! They are of all places. Yako, you're one of them. You're a curse bearer? Please calm down, Mr. Araishi. Your reaction is too intense. It's kind of scaring me. Ahem, sorry about that. I'm afraid I got ahead of myself. What is it you want to know about your curse stone? What would be the best way to approach this? It's just a brilliant teacher like you must know an awful lot about these curse stones. Well, it's true that I'm likely the person most well-versed in the matter. The Japanese balding numbers? Oh no! You're the only one we can count on, Mr. Araishi. Won't you help us? Please? Oh, am I now? In that case, there's no harm hearing what you have to ask. Thank you. Let's see. Why is everything with the Rite of Resurrection and 7 mystery curse stones happening now? Oh ho! Taking an interest now that you received one of the curses, have you? You sound like a researcher starting your questioning with your subject's origins. Mr. Araishi, you're not the one who triggered the curse, are you? No, I'm afraid I had nothing to do with that. Rather, I wasn't even attempting to do so in the first place. Completing the rite itself has nothing to do with my research. Then, do you know of the ancient Onmyodo ritual known as the Feast of Shadows? What is that? Something from the occult? Miss Kurosuzu, you look like the type to be interested in those things, but it's outside my field of expertise. In that case, why do you think the writing curses have appeared now? I believe this is the intentional work of someone. It's certainly not something that would happen by accident. Why is it that you want to know? Well, may not tell us anything else if we say that we're trying to stop the curse. We need to make something up. Right. Make something up. Well, you see, we just have such intellectual curiosity and, think it could really help your research. I see. Now that you mention it, seems like he's reluctant to answer. Then how about his research? Then what does the record of fates that you've been researching say about the rites? Oh, I see! That's what you want to know. Allow me to first elucidate to you regarding the author of the Record of Fates. A special privilege, I might add, since I've yet to publish this in a paper. Yeah, okay. The Record of Fates was written 200 years ago in the later half of the Edo period. It was written by a skilled but little-known onmyoji called Seimon Mikado. Earth? Mikado? Mikado is palace? Also, they just often added it to nobles' names back then. This is important stuff, if nothing else. Remember this. Seimon Mikado? I've never heard of him. I'm sure you haven't. He was born into a famed onmyoji family, but split away to practice forbidden arts in secret. He used whatever name was most convenient for the situation, so his real name barely exists in records. Or so it is written in the Record of Fates. Huh. As brilliant as Seimon was, he was also an eccentric. He delved into researching the Rite of Resurrection, a legendary forbidden ritual that had never been completed. However, by involving himself with this forbidden ritual, he was expelled from his family and eventually found himself in Honjo in Edo. When you got to the Japanese section, surprise! No, there's a bunch of kanji. Oh, yeah. Hundreds. And those are, and, I mean, some of those, imagine knowing them all. That's the thing, right? There are kanji that exist, but are very rarely used. Yeah, only 2,000 are the common ones. Those are Joyo kanji, I believe. Those are the common ones. And I mean, some of them have been simplified. They have a name? Yeah. Of course they have a name. The alphabet has a name. Wonder how they classify them? Usually they are either classified by the radical, which is like, basically kanji with similar meanings have the same radical. So anything to do with plants often has the tree radical. The other way they get classified is by grade, aka the grade that you're in school when they get taught. Because they actually don't start teaching kanji until like late elementary school, if I remember correctly. And like the first kanji you learn are like, you know, ichi, ni, san, like the numbers. And like middle, up, down. I see. So he wrote about how to perform the rite itself? The rite of resurrection makes use of Abe no Seimei specialty, the Taizan Fukun ritual, a means of communicating with the afterlife. Of course, Seimei, Abe no Seimei has been mentioned. When in doubt, always. Abe no Seimei, if you're talking about on Myoji, always. It uses soul dregs to replicate the soul of a dead spirit that has been called. Oh wow, I never knew something like that existed. Thus, it is thought that only ones who can use it are those with the ability to turn human souls into soul dregs in the first place. So, the rite of resurrection calls for that ritual to be performed in advance. Then, when the soul dregs are gathered and infused with the wish of whoever is performing the ritual, it can be completed. The contents written in the records of fates end there. There's no more? What about the 7 mysteries or the curse stones? There's nothing written about them in the records of fates. The curse stones are separate for the rite of resurrection. Their curse is one used to enable one who is unable to perform such rituals to be able to use the rite. Huh. That's similar to what Mio said, actually. Ah yes, on Myoji. An officially appointed government position with the Bureau of Onmyo in medieval Japan. Onmyoji were tasked with performing divinations and rituals. They would employ the Chinese philosophies of yin-yang and wushun, the 5 elements, to compose astronomical charts and almanacs. High-ranking, practitioners used a variety of mystical arts, including ones that brought natural disasters and curses. Myoji were also tasked with exorcising demons through the use of shikigami. Everyone knows the shikigami. Myoji thrived during the Heian period. Yep. Heian period was like the year 1000. Onmyoji thrived during the Heian period in part due to the work of the famous Onmyoji and later founder of the Chichi Mikado clan, Abe no Seimei. However, Onmyoji began to gradually decline in number after samurai gained control of Japan. At the same time, many of their miraculous arts were lost along with the development of civilization. Although the services of Onmyoji were typically reserved for the upper class, there were a number of shomonji or hidden Onmyoji who worked for the common folk. Interesting. How are the 7 mysteries related? Excuse me, Mr. Adaishi. What is it? You published a theory before the incident took place. It said that the rite of resurrection and origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo are related somehow. What proof did you have of that? You really know your stuff, but about that. That was a somewhat sensationalized piece written for occult magazines. Oh, really? It was just nonsense then? Not exactly. Rather, it's not a complete fabrication. There is a basis for it. And that is, well, I suppose there's no harm telling a couple of students so passionate about this topic. Thank you! This is something I discovered from referencing numerous texts unrelated to the Record of Fates. It was just after Seimon arrived in Honjo. There are records of a conflict over a ritual used to resurrect the dead in Honjo. A conflict? I don't know the details. A man enticed the public with claims of a spell that could resurrect the dead, causing a conflict that ended tragically with 9 dead. That is the only remaining reference. 9 people fighting over a resurrection ritual. I call this tragedy the Honjo incident, and it has long been a subject of my research. And I suspect that this Honjo incident might be the very origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo. So what you're saying is the resurrection ritual at the root of the Honjo incident is Seimon's rite of resurrection? Yes, that is how the Record of Fates ties everything together. To put it in chronological order, first, Seimon brought the rite of resurrection to Edo. We can assume that by this point Seimon was likely using a different name. Then in Honjo, 9 people fought to the death over this rite, the Honjo incident. After that, the incident was covered up by an interested party, preventing it from being recorded in history fully. Eventually, it was passed down in incomplete pieces, becoming known as the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. That's more or less the course of events. Okay. So that's how they're connected. Then if I'm getting this right, the 7 mysteries were basically required to gather the soul drakes necessary for the rite. How are the 7 mysteries related? And there's more. With this most recent occurrence of the curse, I've become even more confident in my theory. You are? Yes, the reason for it being the resentful memories of the 7 mysteries etched into those who received the curse stones. Resentful memories. Yako, if you really are a curse bearer, then when you obtained your curse stone, you would have had a resentful memory imprinted in your mind. Oh, I did! Exactly. Those memories are what happened in the final moments of the 9 who died in the Honjo incident. Broadly speaking, they involved dying while bearing some kind of deep resentment. The 9 victims became the 9 curse echoes, which over time came to be spoken of as the 7 mysteries, thus gathering the resentful memories granted by the present curses and connecting them together. It will reveal once and for all what happened during the Honjo incident. Huh. That's why you must tell me about the resentful memory of your fool's possession, Yako. Mio? Should I? Yeah, I think it's okay. We need all the information we can get. Tell him about the resentful memory. Okay, Mr. Arashi, I'll tell you about the memory of the fool's possession. Excellent. So basically it's about a woman who died falling from a Yagura tower at a festival. Interesting. It's not that one then. Not that one? What do you mean? Among the 9 victims at the Honjo incident, that is to say, the 9 curse echoes, one of them is Seimon himself, or so I suspect. Huh? Seimon was one of the victims at the Honjo incident too? Meaning our Myoji as powerful as him also became a curse echo? Right, would make sense that the curse stone tied to a curse echo like that would be special. The power of a curse stone is different based on the curse echo? Mio! Then maybe with Samon's curse echo we could. Yes, we may be able to settle this whole situation. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing! Sorry! Mr. Araishi, how many of the resentful memories have you gathered so far? I have learned a number of them. The Evergreen Beach, the Foot-Washing Mansion, the Ever-Burning Lantern, and now the Fool's Procession make 4. Of course, the most important are the Foot-Washing Mansion and the Evergreen Beach. What are they about? First, the Foot-Washing Mansion. An onmyoji appears distinctly in this one. Really? But not Samon, I'm afraid. A female onmyoji who sought the right of resurrection due to her obsession with her personal appearance. Her legs, which she had always taken pride in, were stricken with corruption after she was defeated by Samon. Her curse echo is notable for being particularly easy to fulfill the requirements necessary to use the curse. That detective did well to escape this one. So a female onmyoji and a rival of Samon was involved. That certainly is interesting. Next, the Evergreen Beach. This curse echo is from a craftsman of Netsuke carvings named Jinkichi, who was hanged for spreading baseless rumors. He apparently spoke of something that granted the ability to bring back the dead. The right of resurrection, precisely. This man Jinkichi must have been in contact with Samon. If I could just collect all of the memories, everything will be revealed, and the truth of the 7 mysteries will be mine. That is the knowledge I desire. Meaning, you need to gather as much information as you can from the curse bearers. Precisely. I have an agreement to exchange information with those detectives. But they might not even find the other curse bearers, so I must take measures of my own. What's the trigger? Another thing. Yes? You never really finished about what the trigger for all of this was. Well, I don't know. Really? You're not hiding something from us, are you? It has something to do with how you obtained the Record of Fates, right? How did you really get a hold of the Record of Fates? To tell you the truth, we're in a race against time. It could be a disaster if we don't hurry. What are you talking about? Someone left a warning that at sundown today, they would use the curse to kill a lot of people. The one who left that message is the culprit behind the Nejima murders from 20 years ago. What? Something so terrible will happen? I won't allow potentially hundreds of people to become victims of a curse. I'll do anything in my power to stop it. Mr. Araishi, please, tell us everything you know. I'm sorry, but I truly don't know anything. The truth is, I was given the Record of Fates by a woman. A woman? Well, her voice sounded like a woman, but I didn't actually see what she looked like. Convenient. 1 month ago, while I was investigating at night, I suddenly heard a formless voice. A woman's voice? It said, I entrust you with this ancient manuscript, and the right of resurrection held within its pages. Spread rumors of this ritual as far and wide as you can in the coming month. And before I knew it, an old document had fallen down at my feet. 1 month, she specified the time period? I was told if I did that, I could study the manuscript as much as I pleased. I wanted so badly to verify its authenticity, I ended up accepting. I haven't heard anything from the voice since then. It must have had you spread rumors in order to strengthen the power of the curse. To tie together the curse and the desire to seek out the right. This makes it likely that the owner of the voice is the mastermind behind all of this. Hence I went public with the Record of Fates. Hihaku and occult magazines immediately jumping at the news was a financial boom for me. Huh? Hihaku? As in Hihaku soaps? Right, I mean, no, that's not important. Just some personal business. Uh-huh. After that, I waited, trying to predict what would occur in a month's time. That's when the curse began. Those are all the details I have. Is there anything else you know? Very well, I've told you this much. I may as well give you one more thing. Thank you. What might that be? About Seimon's record of fates. There is a sort of continuation to it, another document called the Record of Fates Yin Scroll. A continuation? Actually, a section written in Seimon's own hand was appended to the manuscript, according to which, after the Honjo incident, Seimon lamented such a calamity taking place. He apparently wrote the addendum for the event that the tragedy became its own curse. It seems he had an idea that the victims of the Honjo incident would turn into curse echoes and be used to gather soul dregs. It supposedly details how to handle any trouble that occurs as a result of the rite. Really? Hold on a second. Don't you find that strange? What's the matter, Miss Sakazaki? You think my information inaccurate? If Seimon died in the Honjo incident, then he couldn't have written an addendum. You really don't get it, do you? Huh? Am I wrong? Have you forgotten the ability Seimon possessed? Of course not. He could use the rite of Oh. You're telling me Seimon used it on himself? The rite of resurrection can be carried out in advance, so that it activates when the soul dregs are gathered together. Then, is it not possible that Seimon himself was resurrected by the rite after it took place? But he'd still have to collect the soul dregs needed to use the rite. Yes, and that's why they died. The 8 others besides Seimon. What? They died in the Hojo incident for their soul dregs? That sounds like it's the same as what's happening now. That's why I need the resentful memories to learn the truth. I get it now. The issue at hand is that the Yin Scroll and the Record of Fates were supposed to have been passed down as a set. When I received the Record of Fates, the Yin Scroll was gone. Only this information was left. Supposedly, Seimon's blood descendants guarded it as they passed it down across generations. It seems that over their long history, the 2 documents became separated and the scroll's locations lost as the family line branched. Seimon had descendants? So there's someone out there related to him by blood, even now? Yes, in fact, I've tried to trace the line as far as I could. He wasn't a well-known Amyoji to begin with, so a detailed family tree does not exist. Seems likely that the use of the manuscript has long been forgotten, only being passed down out of tradition. Since they aren't even aware of what they have, tracking it down is quite tricky. I wish I could ask whoever that voice belonged to about the Yin Scroll. I'm sure you do. So basically, in the Records of Fate's Yin Scroll, Seimon himself wrote about ways to handle the curse and the rite, yes? Yes, that's right. I've been searching for it all this time, but haven't found a single lead. So if you two find out anything about other resentful memories or a Yin Scroll, tell me immediately. You owe me that much for telling you all this, do you not? That's the real extent of everything I know. Alright. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. If you bring me some useful information, I'll take it into consideration for your school grades as well. Haha. Nice guy. 1 p.m. We've learned a lot. So to sum it up, there was a tragic incident with people cursing each other for the rite of resurrection in the Edo period as well. And the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll may have info we want, since it details how to stop the rite. I think that's about it? Right. If we could just find the Yin Scroll, we might be able to learn how to settle this situation. But even Mr. Adaishi didn't have any leads on where it is. How do we start looking for it? Someone involved in this now must have some connection to it, I think. I have a feeling the mastermind who awakened the curses is involved too. Right. About what to do next about the mastermind. So Mio, what are we going to do next? Good question. It may be best to give the information we just learned to Inspector Tsutsumi. We've got a pretty big clue from hearing about the record of Fate's Yin Scroll. Mr. Tsutsumi might know more about it. Should we go back to the school then? Yeah, that's our point of contact after all. Okay, about the mastermind. Whoever's behind that voice that gave Mr. Adaishi the records of Fates. That must be the mastermind, don't you think? Yeah, and he said it sounded like it belonged to a woman. Whoever it is, I bet they're scary. Huh? You don't sound like the Yakko I know. Then let's catch him and make him spill the beans. I thought you'd say something like that. Really? I guess I'm just not really feeling that confident right now. I understand. I don't know if it's related to the woman behind the voice, but I'm also interested in the female Myoji who is a rival of Seimon's. Okay, about the nearby area. Oh, that reminds me, Mio. You know what's nearby here, don't you? Oh, you mean where Michio? Yeah, where it happened. I was going there every day to leave flowers, even though they always get cleared away anyways. I'm sure it must have been hard to have to be reminded of Michio's death all the time. Oh, that reminds me, Yakko? Yeah? When you asked me to do the spirit board 2 days ago, did you come here that day too? Yeah, I left some flowers before going to school. Why? Did anything seem different that day? What's this all of a sudden? Though, now that you mention it, that day, I suddenly felt lightheaded and ended up passing out for a bit. But I came to right away and felt fine, so I didn't think anything of it. Y'all, if you pass out, go to a doctor, even if it's just for a second. That's all I was wondering about, thanks. Huh? Excuse me, you girls over there? Oh, God. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something you said caught my attention. And who might you be? I'm Yutaro Namigaki. Or, I should probably tell you, until yesterday I was a curse bearer. That should clear things up. Uh-oh. Oh, you don't need to be scared. I've already given up the curse stone at the Foot Washing Mansion. So you're the one Inspector Tsutsumi was talking about? Ah, you already know Inspector Tsutsumi? That makes this simple. There's nothing to worry about. Oh, hey! You're in the driver's... Oh! He's the one that hit Michio! Yakko? Yes! Wait, what? Just now, was I doing something? I'm sorry, Mr. Namigaki, what might be the matter? Right, I actually want to discuss something with you two. Would you come with me if you have a little time? Discuss something? With us? You were talking about Michio Shiraishi, right? It's related to that. Huh? I'm sure you would learn a few things yourselves. If not now, later is fine. I'll be waiting around at Yogoku Bridge. Something rubs me the wrong way about this, but he mentioned Michio. What do we do? Go to school first. We'll have to pass. Is that so? Well, that's too bad. I'm in no rush, so I'll be waiting at Yogoku Bridge if you change your minds. It could be we're supposed to go with them, but I was like, this guy is gonna try and steal our curse. I just know it. So I'm like, Plus, we know based on Tsutsumi that his curse stone already had Drake, so he's already killed people. So like, let's not tempt fate, you know? Alright. Ooh. That's gonna be it for today, I think. Whee! Made some good progress. We're getting deep into the mystery now. The plot thickens, it sure does. Alright, tomorrow is break day, as per usual. So I will see you guys on Tuesday. I will get my schedule up either tonight or tomorrow. And hopefully I will actually remember to post it on social media. I keep forgetting. It goes up on the Discord and then I forget to cross-post it. Also, for anyone in the Discord, we are going to be watching more of 86. The next 6 or so episodes. We are... I think we're episodes 13 to 18 now. I can't remember off the top of my head. It would be... Hang on. It'll be in my history. I know we're close to finishing it, but I don't think it's this week. Yes, episode 13. So yeah. We'll do episodes 13 to 18 tonight, and then next week we finish the series. So the document, like we have a Google Doc, no, Google Sheet, sorry, for suggesting series for the watch-along. That's already cleaned up and ready to go, so if anyone wants to get the ball rolling in advance and start voting and suggesting stuff, by all means. Otherwise... Let's see. Who can we raid? Sure, Elvira is playing Resident Evil 2, why not? RE2's good. RE2's fun. Goes with the horror vibes. Alrighty. So for anyone who wants to come for the watch-along, I will see you guys at 7 p.m. EST. That is 2.5 hours from now. Adjust for local time zones. So here is Raid. Here's Discord. And here is merch. If you're feeling fanciful and you want some DD in your house. Otherwise, that's gonna be it from me. I will see you guys on Tuesday. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for coming by. Until next time, take care of yourself. Wash your face, brush your teeth, eat a good food. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.